today will be the seaside in Zamość. Then 2:10, everyone who wants to see Zamość, we will meet at the hall of Akademia Zamojska, and then we go together to the Grand Mark, and then we met our guides. Okay? And now we start. The conference about the Trimarium, about cooperation, a few countries in our region. I'm very pleased that I can open this conference. I please the speech for chairman of our conference, Professor Zbigniew. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. So there's a third time we meet. In fact, there are about 80 people signed up for that symposium. Some of them are just on the way to us. Some just spent with us a half or 1 day. There is a different, cases we have. But two meetings we had over the last few years. They were organized in Krasin, and we gathered a patronage for that two last meeting of the Marshal of the Polish Parliament. And this year we are supported, let's say in that way, supported by the Office of the President, President of Poland, the Republic of Poland, and we have a pleasure to have Excellency Ambassador from President. It's our honor to have you, and we will ask you later on for the speech for the opening. So thank you very much. You in a your busy different schedules, you dedicate the time to arrive, and as I know, you have as well your family is living in that area which is under the flood currently in the south part of Poland. We are very pity that, not only Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Austria, and I think in Romania there are some problems, issues, and after today panel, which will take place from 11 to 12, Excellency Ambassador will have to go back to duty. And as well, I would like to mention about a very important date. We have 17th of September in 1989. In the 1st September, we were attacked, Poland were attacked by Germany from western side, and in 17th of September, we were attacked by the Soviet Union. So this day seems to be kind of a sign for as well our Schuman Trimarium Forum that we are challenged, to work towards the creating a community of European community of Trimarium nations. This is not going to be a model where somebody has a kind of a domination. We are against the superstate. We are vote for a basically community. And our basically meeting here is going to be a kind of a dialogue discussion. So we will have panels where basically the voice will be raised not only by the panelists, but as well by the people from the audience. So the challenge, to raise hand and say, for instance, to me, Professor, I disagree with you, and have another opinion about that, right? So just we try to create a kind of a dialogue club here. In an important, I would like to mention fact is that 3 years ago in Krasicin we signed some certain agreement. This was signed by the representatives of the representative of the nations from the crisis area. And this agreement is just saying in general that we would like, Schuman is in the middle, and we would like to follow building this model of the community in this region based on the Schuman idea. So in the area of economy, culture, and different other areas. So this Schuman Trimarium Forum is a kind of a project which is going to support that great initiative made by the President Andrzej Duda and as well President of the Croatia Kitarowicz a few years ago. And we are going to support from the perspective of our different skills. And especially, we would like to support that attracting and integrating a young generation. So we define the young generation as the people up to 40 or 45 years. All of us in that room are still very young, right? So, we undertake the actions toward creating students' scientific clubs, Schuman student scientific clubs in this region of different universities. We started in Poland and we have already some clubs, student Schuman scientific clubs in action. And we as well discussed yesterday with Professor Madrid from Hague University and with Professor Reichert from University in Bratislava, and as well with Rector of this Zamojska Academy about the integration of organizing the meeting in Bratislava to invite academics and the students from all or just representative universities of the crisis area to invite in a few months so that to implement some certain program which was invented by Margaret Rickenburg. She's the author of a book about Schuman, and she's just implemented this program for education at the University in Netherlands. So we would like to accommodate this to be applicable for areas like economics, like all different areas depending on the basic specializations of the particular universities. So I just introduced. I just said some words to clarify basically what are the goals we are going to do, and this goal is as well not to be enemies, not to be contradictory to different groups and different projects which are going around Europe currently, but we are going to play a complementary role to show, the positive sides of the Schuman model and the Schuman approach to this basically positive development in Europe. So, and as well, what is very important to highlight is that we consider that Schuman Trimarium Forum, which is not dedicated only to the countries which are members of the European Union, but we consider all countries which are in this region, including Serbia, Ukraine, and other countries, as just part of this activity. So, thinking and speaking about Schuman, he was just voting for the community of Europe, community in Europe, community of European nations, Schuman. So, and I would like, here we have basically people sitting with me. They are members of the program council of that Schuman in Trimarium forum. And I would like, to just ask for your short speech, anything you want to say in that context. Of course, they are not this people. We have a bigger group of program council. Some of them will arrive later on, but at this point, to have more perspective of how we think and what we suggest, that let's just assume that we are not going to impose anything on anybody or any other country. We would like to suggest and to develop this project together, like in the community. So, Ambassador, Excellency, I would like you speak first.
Very important
promote very important element of social life. This is a total notion. Today we see that people lose knowledge about human dignity and rights, so we have to remember who is a man. And I think that Schuman, like a politician and a lawyer, promoted personalistic theory of man, and this is very important. But not only this is important today. For me also is very important science, university, general knowledge. We need the knowledge. Why? Because we need the wisdom. Wisdom, this is a very important element to the practical life, to the family, to everything what we find in the social life. So Schuman was a lawyer, but also the scientist, also he was a politician, so he knows our history. And the last but not least element, which is important to know from Europe, this is a law, but true law, Western law, which we find in the theory, for example, Thomas Aquinas story, where law is some kind of direction by reason and the common good. Law have to be have a foundation of the natural human rights. So this is very important. So I'm a philosopher. Sorry for my English, but I'm not prepared to speak today in the English, but I try to say only one thing. Schuman played a very important role in the contemporary history because he expressed many very important elements of the Western civilization, the best civilization in the world. So thank you for coming, and I wish you the best experience in this city and in Zamość. And we had a chance to also see the movie about the Zamość and also about the city. So after the time, I think we find a couple of minutes to see this. Thank you very much.
As you notice as a sign, this all flags formations, there is some flags list, and you will have this, that the Schuman Trimarium community, Schuman is in the middle, and we are trying to be at the round table, developing the dialogue with Schuman. How we need to ask Schuman, attack him, why in this way? The roundtable discussion. I saw you notice, this roll-ups with this slogan in all languages, not all languages, but many languages. So to show that you as a member of this community have identity. So as you notice, we will not show only the Polish words or the slogans as well in your own languages, so that you get a feeling as a member of this community. So now I would like to ask about some words Professor Margaret Britanbush, who is author of a program publication with different aspects of Schuman, and as well a book about Schuman from the Art University.
Thank you very much, Professor Priscilla, for this invitation. It was a wonderful seminar, and really I feel very honored to be here. Thank you very much. I like it very much also what you were saying about the super state. Schuman never ever wanted to have a super state. I wrote my PhD on Schuman's Europe, to foster our faith also. And then, of course, also Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and Western Europe, we also belong together. So here, this is the Trimarium, the 3 Cs initiative. I'm from the West, I'm from the Netherlands, from The Hague, city of peace and justice. And so, okay, you can think about it whenever you want. Okay, I like it. And I can tell you a lot about Schuman and also about the program, but I don't think now it's the right moment to speak about the program that I do. Is it? No, it's not the right moment. So, okay. So then I conclude my introductory speech with what I always say at the end, where we have, because this we also have in The Hague, it's called the Annual International Schuman Student Congress, and with many students, and then they really like it, they have to go through Schuman lines, at EU and Rotary, and so Schuman really did a lot of things, and really do so well to contribute to peace. And then my final saying to students is always, you can be the next Schuman. Because all of us are called to be kind of Schuman in our own way. And I think it's great if we can just not only think about this is, we will speak about this one impossible. No, it's possible. We had in Holland, we had this poster that said, I'm encouraged by the impossible. Okay, if you think it's impossible, then be encouraged. But it is possible, because we all can be good people. In the end, we are here to be very good, so good that we change the evil in goodness. Yeah? So we are not against things, we are so good that evil disappears. That is, I think that is a very healthy attitude that we can have also when building bridges east, west, central, west. Thank you very much.
Margaret, for highlighting that, yes, all things are possible. Not impossible. When Schuman was in the prison during the Second War, in the Gestapo prison, there was planned to bring him to the concentration camp. Then he asked for books, different, important for him. And they asked him, why you are reading, why you are studying that, there is a war, nobody knows what will happen. And he basically assumed that he's going to be brought to a concentration camp, and the Gestapo kill him. And he responded, saying, the war is will be over sometime, and we need to think how we are going to live, to continue our life in peace. So there is a very fine approach of his approach at that terrible time. So Professor Reicher from Bratislava University. So we get acquainted a few years ago, and he's American, but he fell in love with a nice Slovakian woman.
Yes, thank you very much. I teach international politics in Bratislava University, and I teach in particular European integration. And usually the first lesson I ask the students, any questions? And usually one of the students will say, why are you, an American, teaching us about European integration? And I say, next question. But actually, there are 3 answers to that question. First of all, it's my interest area. Okay, that's my interest, that's what I study. The second answer is, sometimes we talk about the outsider effect, the outsider, yeah? And so, for example, in the United States, we had a young man named Alexis de Tocqueville, who came to the United States in the first part of the 19th century and told Americans how and why they practice democracy the way that they do. So sometimes it takes an outsider to kind of look for an analytical picture of the reality. Huh? So that's another answer. But the third answer is that, the United States of America was intimately involved in the creation of the first European community, the coal and steel community. I'm not sure if you know this, but the United States of America had to approve the Schuman Declaration. The United States, if you remember at that time, was part of the Allied Control Council in Germany, and they had to approve that West Germany under Konrad Adenauer would be allowed into this Schuman project. Yeah. So that was interesting, and thereafter the United States was a big supporter of European integration. I would say until the 1980s, when the trade competition got a little bit too much for the Americans, yeah. But along the way, there was this phrase, and it was used by the founders of the EU, including Schuman, United States of Europe. We want to build a United States of Europe. And I began to study that phrase from a historical perspective. Some people think it was Winston Churchill who first used it. That's true, he used it. Others say, no, Churchill was quoting Victor Hugo, who loved America and used that phrase, and wanted a Europe similar to the United States of America. Others say, no, it goes back to George Washington, who was quoted using the phrase, we have a revolution in America. Now, what we did in America, we would like to see in Europe. Yeah? So it's obscure where that phrase comes from. But what I want to say is that the founders of European integration, particularly Schuman, Monnet, Adenauer, when they used that phrase, they were not talking about a super state of a highly bureaucratic nature as we now know in the European Union. What they were talking about was a United States of light federalism, which actually we still have in the United States today. Again, from my comments yesterday, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the states, the 50 states of the United States, do probably 80 to 90% of all political activity in the United States, all policy activity is from the states. Washington has very little role in much of what happens in a policy sense in the United States. Now, sometimes you say, well, but Washington is so, yes, that's true, but we're thinking more about foreign policy, security, defense policy. But when we're talking about education, when we're talking about transportation, when we're talking about the economy, it's almost all in the hands of the states. And the only way that Washington gets to move the states in a particular direction is by holding money in front of them and saying, if you states would like this grant from Washington, this money, we would like to see you moving your policy in this direction. And many states take the money, yeah, and then they move their policy in that direction. But according to our Constitution, the 10th Amendment, all the powers not granted to Washington are still in the hands of the states. So I believe that this is what Schuman, Monnet, and Adenauer were talking about when they talked about a United States of Europe. They wanted a for sure they had some idea of federalism, but a decentralized federal system or federalism light. Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion over the next few days about this theme on this topic. Thank you very much.
We combine some people members of this scientific thought about this Congress. We have in our community as well, so-called the Schuman Academy. And I would like to invite Alexandra, so she learned all the students and people Schuman was established, and she will just speak shortly about, how this particular students and the Schuman group works at the University of Leuven. Go ahead, Alexandra.
Thank you for the voice. I was listening to you, and one sentence got me. I think encouraged to be good. Through the lens of Schuman, how beautiful and simple it is, just to be encouraged to be good, and to learn, to observe, to have members and make discussions like this. And we, at Catholic University in Lisbon, we try to build such a community through listening, inspiring. That's why we are called PDA creative leaders, that we actually can reach it. We can actually change something. Isn't it beautiful just to encourage somebody to be good? So through Summer Academy that we organized, it wasn't last month, it was 3 months ago. We were really proud and we've got this mind to actually invite young people, seeing the sparkle in the eye. And that's what we're trying to do locally, and not only locally, but internationally, to share the knowledge, inspiration with you guys. And I'm really looking forward for the next few days just to be inspired and to reach, to share with others through this knowledge. And I'm looking at Schuman and I'm nodding, okay, we can change our society and make impact on the country, and not only on the country, because we're together. That's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will have today, tomorrow, 2 panels organized by students scientific Schuman groups under the umbrella Schuman Academy. And the Schuman Academy is a network of such groups, not only in the Polish universities, but as well, within the Trimarium region. And I kindly ask you, Excellency Ambassador, that you extend to the President Andrzej Duda this initiative, and we are hoping for supporting this initiative in the future. And this is, as I said, is going to support this great idea of our President and the President of the Croatian government in the past, with the support of the United States. And we are going at the last day basically to prepare a kind of a draft memorandum of the foreign participants addressed to the institutions and authorities of the 3 CIS countries. So pay attention on different topics discussed during these days, and I would be very glad you deliver some in written form sentences to create that memorandum, and we create that kind of the 1 or 2 pages of this memorandum and try to present the voice of all of us and send this memorandum not only to the President Andrzej Duda through your hands, Excellency Ambassador, but as well to the different institutions in Poland, government institutions and other kind of institutions, and as well in the other countries of this this region, as well the organizations, located in the western side, as you great and it's nicely expressed that, as John Paul II said, that Europe has 2 lungs, the respiratory system, the left one and the right one. And if one of them is in malfunction, then the entire respiratory system is not working properly. So we need to synchronize that activity of the respiratory system through coming back to the Schuman model and the Schuman idea. So thank you very much. And now we will just present a short movie about the Zamoyska Academy. Thank you very much. So we can take a seat.
Mamy czas, żeby ten dźwięk jakieś coś innego. Tak, przerwa na kawę. Zaraz, moment. Nie, to trwało, nic innego. Co mam puścić teraz? Z Akademii Zamojskiej?
Tak, tak mi się wydaje.
just moving like in the Polish language. So what we just show this in the break, just only the pictures, because this is not communicative. And now we start first panel is yours. And Dr. Malczewski. So what is the floor? Victoria.
Nie było nie ma czasu. Nie widzisz?
We'll join to this please start now. And there is a title, Crisis in Shape as an Industry Hub for Entrepreneurship in the Expansion to Asian, African and US market.
Jesteśmy gotowi jeszcze, nie zdałem tego na komputer. Nie widzę, ale doglądają też.
Yeah, so just we would like, I don't know the questions to the panelists, but just you considering the title of our discussion and the dialogue and the audience, I have be so kind to as well raise your opinion or questions or just expressions to engage in that discussion. So, because we are looking for the presentation of the seventh ambassador, so we just ask first speech our guest from Hungary. You have a presentation, but where we have you have the presentation.
Już sekunda.
Seems like it. Or we can have a technical break.
The presentation of Victoria, is that right? It's yours. Okay, so that's great. So what is it? We can start. Let's see ambassador. Okay. Professor Russell, please some time to join us. Okay, please some time to join us. Okay, so there is first, the data you will present and you comment, this presentation. So let's start from you, please.
Okay, good morning once more. Please pick up the first slide. I don't want to share right now the figures and everybody are trying to make the pictures and focusing on the figures. I don't want to focus right now on the slides. If I might suggest, let's start to discuss, and I am very interested in to hear your voice, how you perceive what is really 360 initiative. What is your thoughts about the 360 initiatives? What is the reason to set up this kind of initiative? And then I share as quick as possible what is the initiative, some figures, some pictures, what is achieved and what is behind ahead of us. So I would like to firstly hear the voice my distinguished panelists and co-panelists and also the audience. So if I might propose this way to go through this panel, it will be fantastic. Okay? Because we are too much focusing on all the figures on the slides. Okay? And your presentation is also.
My presentation, thank you. So, hi, good morning, everyone.
my presentation will dive into how can we financially support the initiatives and other non-EU member projects, like cooperation between this region and other countries. So I think that my agenda is a bit closer. Sorry, you can hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So I go deeper into cooperation. I can say a couple of words. What does this initiative mean to me from a Hungarian perspective? And I also would like to reflect on a question that I received about how about Putin and Orban's friendship, because yes, we are talking to the deep politics in the very beginning of the conference. So from a Hungarian point of view, this initiative is very important for the infrastructural and the energy cooperation side. And that's the point when we're talking about the friendship between Putin and Orban. We have to think carefully about not only this one byte communication that they are cooperating, but Orban wants to open up Hungary to Russia. We have this kind of feeling, and I really understand how neighboring countries of Russia are afraid of this cooperation and other kind of cooperation with Russia. I'm not pro-Russian, Hungary is not pro-Russian, I can say it. But I can also mention that when the war when Russia started the war in Ukraine, I was the vice president of the National PhD Association of Hungary and the president of the Hungary University. And at that time, I tried to reach all Russian PhD students in Hungary who came to Hungary 3 or 4 years before the war, and Ukrainian PhD students in Hungary to have them in their mental well-being in February actually, to have them to negotiate with this kind of political pressure that may cause some difficulties to them in their daily lives and in research. So what I could do in this political action to have those who suffer, and there were Russian students as well in Hungary, and we have to be very careful with that. But when it comes to the bigger political way, we have to think about Hungary's energy dependence from Russia, and also we have to question whether we have this historical energy dependence and we cannot change it in a year. So we have to diversify our supply chain. We have to build more channels. It's also the energy cooperation in this pre-seed initiative to diversify the chain, because we have the energy terminals coming from Russia through Ukraine to Hungary, and we do not really have other energy resources. And our Carpathian Basin is a beautiful thing. I really love it, but we don't have. We have kind of solar energy, but not that much. We don't have really wind energy. We don't have seas. So we have geothermal energy and atomic energy. If I'm correct with the translation. So we have to be really careful when we are talking about these kind of big political messages and look around what's happening. Also, another question to be careful when it comes to energy is that we have to be dependent from Russia, but how do the European Union do? So the European Union in the solidarity frame starts to cooperate with the coordinate with the member states to have the member states who are really dependent of the energy. I think not that much. But from a Hungarian perspective, I'm a pro-European as well, so I want the European Union to be more stable, the foundation policy to be more strengthened, and beneficial for all member states, and of course I will go enlargement and for the enlargement but we see, so
what we saw so far is that IRF funds have been cut off from Hungary when we need energy fund money after COVID and after the war or during the war. So I don't really see how we can diversify this supply chain right now. So we have to think about this circumstance, and I just would like to open up this question to negotiate or to have a dispute on that. I think it connects to the 3C initiative because of the energy and infrastructure point. And one that I prepared a slide. I don't know if we have time for that, but I have some alternatives how we can cooperate and coordinate better with the European Union.
So the speaking about the Schuman Trimarium Forum and potential integration of the common activities, we would like to as well to consider how we can make cooperation and integration between our countries so that to cope with a global player in the trade with India, with African countries, and with the US. As our countries join the European Union, we basically make trade and cooperation on the bilateral basis. So we lost this potential of integration. We lost our potential to be in a common approach to the position. So what I mean, so the crisis regions around the 120, 130 million people. India is around 1.3 billion. So India is 10 times bigger in terms of the population than our region. And to be a good partner for India, we need to go together to this market. So business to business is not the solution. So I think we need to consider how we need to shape the model of the Trimarium so that to not be a single players, because Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic trying to have good outcomes, good position in the global trade, is not able to cope with that. So let's consider what to do, what is just a challenge, because as we know, the European market, basically the European business is declining. So there's a bigger and bigger distance between the GDP of US and the European Union. So 10 years ago there was an announcement to catch up with the GDP of the US. Now we are the distance to the US GDP is bigger and bigger. So what is the chance to, just let's put that consideration in question. It seems to be that our chance is to be integrated in that region, to go to the business in India and the African countries, so that to expand and to create a strategy in that direction for development. And this is a kind of a suggestion to our discussion. Just let's try to not think about what happened, but how we can add some new innovation to that, like for instance the lack of the institutions in the crisis countries, institutions which can obey a very soft coordinative rule. So that's my suggestion to develop our discussion in that direction, if you will, to cope with that, and if you will, to respond. So I would be glad, to look at it. So probably, Dr. Manchester, you'd like to go ahead, right?
Yeah. Thank you for having me here. In fact, we are members of the European Union, and of course we have some bright and dark sides of this membership. And in Free Seas initiative, we have some bright sides. I think we have to focus on several points. First, we have to think about common infrastructure. The second one, I see culture and knowledge exchange. The third one, we have to focus on our knowledge from farming, from agriculture, from food industry, and the next one is developing of situation in European Union. I mean, European Union, in fact, is thinking only about Green Deal and is thinking about how to reduce our production. But in fact, our chances is when we have to gain the production to export more products from European Union, because right now 65% of our production is being exported to European Union. And in fact, European Union, I mean, for example, Germany and France, are exporting those products to the final destination. And in this Free Seas initiative, we have some chances to make it better and without Germany and France. Because profits right now are coming to Germany and France. And of course we need cooperation in the company area. We need cooperation in country area, because we are too small to export products alone. Right now we have some data from European Union, European Commission, and of course from another organization, that the demand for food will be increased in upcoming years. For example, for plants, 90% in upcoming 20 years, and about 89% for animal products. And of course, we have some moral obligation to give food to countries like India and others, because the population is being increased also. And we have some obligation to do it as a European Union, because we have national condition to produce more, but strategy like a Green Deal from farm to fork and others are thinking about only reducing. And in fact, in upcoming 20 years, we need to produce more than previously.
So, just be flexible. Anybody wants to continue this dialogue? So
maybe I'll be the socials and try to summarize some figures.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's important panel. I would like to explain very shortly obvious that currently in the European Union we have visible division between western and eastern part of the EU. And the eastern part is the so-called new member states are strongly dependent politically from western member states, particularly the two biggest members, I mean Germany and France, which are the beginning of regional integration in Europe, dominated political processes related to integration. So it is quite obvious if somebody started regional cooperation and from the beginning shaped the integration, it had and it should have still dominant political influence on that particular international organization. So, to this initiative, as other regional framework in our part of Europe, is directed to rebalance that geopolitics. So it is the first aspect and the first term. The second term is geoeconomics, which is a combination between geopolitics and economics. Particularly, economic instrument should be important in the geopolitical strategy to increase geopolitical power of given sanctions. So, in that respect, we can observe strong dependence, economic dependence of our countries, of Central European countries, from Western capital, technology, economic decisions, etc. I have no time to explain what is the consequence of such a strong dependence, but some theorists provide interesting explanation about economic relations between core states and peripheral ones in given international order. So if the EU or common market in the EU is perceived from the economic perspective or geo-economic perspective, it is quite clear that we are peripheral states, I mean Central European states and peripheries, and core states of Western world. And they try to increase its political power and economic benefits in that system, taking some leverage from the geopolitical position and applying some economic instruments that to achieve that targets. So, and the third notion, very important term, is geoculture, which is also in the same way coordination of terms, I mean culture and geopolitics, and how culture or some ideas, ideologies, etc., narratives implemented in the EU could be instrument of geopolitics. geopolitics, I will say more about this idea in the next panel. But now, maybe the most important proposal is to rebalance the evil. Rebalance the evil, because it is not correct. Such a power is concentrated in Western Europe to the detriment of our interests. So from the point of view of geopolitics, it is important to rebalance relations, in internal relations with the EU. From the point of view of geoeconomics, it is of course important to reduce dependency on Western Europe. So I can ask you argument. It's not important only to some kind of dependency on Eastern partners, but also to diminish a little bit our strong, huge dependency on Western companies, capital, technology. It is quite important challenge. Secondly, we have to use our own potential to increase our collaboration in the region. Because our potential nowadays is producing some kind of our Western or Eastern partners, but only to a lesser extent our own. So it is quite difficult to understand that we work for success for our Western or Eastern partners, not for ourselves. So we have to change this. And finally, in terms of agriculture, it is a lot of work ahead of us as well. Because we have very difficult cultural position. We are peripheries, which are accustomed to strong dependency on Western ideas historically. So it is that we are accustomed to transfer each new idea from Western countries to our region. And it is a very strong traditional, cultural pattern, which is kind of difficult to challenge. Secondly, majority of our countries are small states, which tend to look for patrons, more powerful great powers or states, which should protect, or which could protect smaller countries in our region. So it is another problem from the political culture, because we are accustomed to perceive Germany, Russia, the US as a natural patron with some negative consequences for peripheral states, because we don't care about our strategy. We try to adjust to strategy of more powerful power. So the US, German, Russian strategy is more important for us than our interests. We only try to adjust more powerful partner. How to not to negotiate with powerful country, position. Again, it is a problem of political culture. So it is some background, cultural background, which is important to change. Because otherwise we have some cultural obstacles, some hurdles, which make it impossible to attempts to create independent strategy. And of course, again, we have to work out some political culture related to our cooperation. So not, it should be a priority for us, not to only look for more powerful action outside our region, but rather look for collaboration among our region, which is quite important for each of collaborating states. Because the alternative is peripheral status and even increasing dependency with all costs, which are quite common historically for peripheral states. Thank you very much. So what you know, which is geopolitics impacts economy. If we do not understand how to shape the politics in our region, so the political community, then we are lost. So usually we think the capital is a king. Usually we understand very much that how to shape, how to model enterprises from the microeconomic perspective, not macro. So we are masters in that. Capital, if we get a capital, we are masters to do the business. If we do not get, we are not able to do this. You, touch the macro and geopolitics. So, if this is true, we are in the wrong way. If we think that capital is king and attacking capital, we are able to resolve our issues, problems. So it means we are wrong. So therefore, what you said, I think, is a kind of it's related to that what we are gathered to, Schuman Trimarium problem. So we need to create a political community in this region. If we have a strong political community, then we can impact the economy. So if this is true, and I think, in my opinion, this is true, and how to deliver that message, and how to convince the decision makers, how to basically, Excellency Ambassador, there is a summit in May organized by April by the Polish president. So probably, it could be, it is worth, on that summit to touch that point, to make some very important points, very original one, I think. Because usually as we have a conference to discuss, so usually we copy kind of what had been in the past. As you mentioned, just Germany, Russia, and West is the European Union, if we do not get funds from the European Union. The European Union doesn't have a source of funds. They get from us, right? We are taxpayers, okay? So I think it's very interesting thing, and in my opinion, of course, this is a will of the president how to shape that summit. But I think there is a true
items which can be added. Schuman individual on that summit discussed about the community, political community of crisis countries, areas, and how the creating a strong integration in these countries, how to impact the economy. This is kind of a consideration. Thank you, Professor. I hadn't planned to say that, but you challenged me to just extend your speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and if you allow me to stand and go through this presentation, but let me start with the topic that we have. It is Business Hub for Entrepreneurs. Yeah? So Business Hub for Entrepreneurs, it is BHE. But taking into account what Professor Gross said, well, at the beginning, we are in the elementary school and we have to start with welfare, to be honest. So we need ABC, maybe it will be alternative business corridors in this region, but we have to start from the scratch and from the beginning. How to build cooperation, collaboration in our region. Before these figures, Three Cities Initiative has many dimensions. The highest one is presidential level, then it is governmental level, then the financial level, and then the business level, and the others could be created also. But mostly, once a year, it is the Three Cities Summit every year in the different countries, mainly it is the declaration on the presidential level. This is not enough cooperation on the governmental level, we need more, and some cooperation, quite good, on the financial level between all, mainly the development financial institution and mainly development banks. But we have huge opportunity, because the Three Cities Initiative consists 13 countries, 13 countries, 4 strategic partners and 2 participating states. It is huge community. And if I may ask for the first slide, you can see what is the potential, how it looks like, what is the total turnover, the fastest growing region in the European Union. The population, it is over 26%, it is over 120 million population, it is similar to Japan, yeah? The territory, it is 32% of entire European Union. But the huge infrastructure gaps that we have in this region, it is something what brought us to develop much faster. And in this context, we need much more collaboration, cooperation on the governmental level, on the business level, and the financial institution. The Greece is the new member, and the new strategic partner, it is not on the slide, so please write down in your notes. The Japan joined to this initiative as a strategic partner together with US, EU Commission, and also Germany. And just to add, the United States joined with some financial contribution to the Three Cities Fund. Japan, the newest strategic partner, just opening the institution like JP, JETRO, it is a development institution in our region. But my concern, the biggest concern, what is the responsibility of the biggest institution like EU and Germany? They do nothing. I will refer to this statement later on. So please, the next slide. Or maybe on this map, you can see also the eastern flank of NATO. And if anybody are thinking about the rebuilding and transform Ukraine and Moldova, how we can do this without the strategic infrastructure in our region? This slide, I don't want to focus on this side. It is rather for the financial institution, for the big investment strategic decision for the international investors, that we have a very good position to attract the investors from the other region across the globe, because because we have some feature oh my god, the emerging markets and the very stable as a developed market. So this is the combination which can attract much more investment in this region. So the next slide, and I will speed up. And as you see on the side, we have the similar part of our development as Asian tigers. And so this is our feature. This is what we have right now, and we can promote this for our region and how to attract the investors. So the next slide, as you can see, the three sister initiative is focusing on the three sectors: energy, transportation, and digital infrastructure. And this is our aim, how we can fill in the gaps in this infrastructure only to be comparable to the quality of infrastructure which exists already on the western part of the European Union. On the next slide, you can see the challenge related with the EU climate policy, and this is the figures how we can fulfill, how we should fulfill this policy. And the next slide, you can see the reality. How we produce the energy globally, mainly for the coal, oil, and natural gas. So the transformation not only for Europe, not only for our region, but across the globe, it is huge. Of course, we have to invest in renewable sources, nuclear plants, it is crucial for our region, and if we are fully aware that the AI especially will increase the consumption of energy every year about 75%, it is something that is impossible to produce energy without a profound investment and a huge investment in our region and across. So the next slide, as you will see, it is a transport and the challenge with the transport and logistic infrastructure. If anybody knows on this participants and auditors, how many bridges we have on the natural border between Romania and Bulgaria. This is the Danube River, and it is 480 kilometers. Does anybody can guess? You know that. Yes, it is two bridges. How many bridges we have between Poland and Germany? And the other river, it is only 187 kilometers. 29. So, bearing in mind this picture, you understand why we have to invest in the strategic growth, rail, and the other infrastructure which are crucial for our region. If we want to build the infrastructure and the axis north-south, in the other hand, we have only made in Europe, east-west. But we don't have enough roads on the north-south. It is something that has to be done, especially in our region. And if you see on this graph how much hours or days you have to spend in the very comparable distance between Denmark and Barcelona and Tallinn and Constance. By train, almost 3 days you have to go. Yeah. So it is a huge challenge, and we have to invest in this infrastructure. So the next slide, as you will see, it is how the roads and the TEN-T corridors. And can you see the Via Carpathia here?
No.
The most important road that is important for our region. It is important as a strategic for NATO, for Eastern Flank, and how to support and how to be ready, not only for transport and how to get for holiday from Tallinn to Salon. No, it is also for the plane and the other very heavy transport that we have to do for Ukraine and for Moldova, and maybe to be ready for the unknown decision from the Putin side. So the next slide, of course, this slide will be possible to send to obviously if you like. And this is the region and the digital infrastructure. We are not enough developed from the digital point of view. I don't want to focus on the details. You how much money we have to spend only for digital infrastructure. I know that the COVID crisis support and increase the digital infrastructure and the investment in the digital infrastructure. But have you heard about the Mario Draghi latest report? What we have to invest? So the next slide you can see. This is our investment. This is not all countries because it is only Central Europe and the average in the EU. So the other countries in our European Union invest much more. This is average of European Union is this line. Twice as much invest US.
This actually reminds me, says about the 800 billion each year.
Yes. Yes. This is exactly what we one over. As the European Union one over, we cannot compete. And what is much sad picture that when the crisis in international was started, it was always repeated. It is competition for the European Union. You want to destroy the European Union. You want to fight with the EU parts and so on and so on. Nobody thought. Yes, the new members of the European Union want to invest. They want to make an effort and to increase the this infrastructure gaps that we have as a European Union as a whole. We are stronger. If this region will be stronger as well. And the next slide, it is a quotation from the Kristalina Georgieva. She is a Bulgarian Honduras. I don't want to focus, but the one figure it is only for you. 3 to 8% annually. Every country's GDP should be spent for the investment only for these three sectors. So the next slide, it is figures how we should invest in every single sector and more details about the specific feature of the sectors. And the next slide, because you will get this presentation and you can elaborate more. And the next slide, as you can see, this is what 3C's Fund, which was established in 2019. The development institution like mine, because I was the president of the Educated College Development Fund previously, and including with others development institution, we invest almost 1.3 billion together with the US Development Financial Corporation, and already the value of this investment is 6 billion. And the targeted ARR is 12 to 15%. You want to ask something or no? It is huge achievement. But when we were looking for the investors, you see, it is huge potential in the industry. No, it is political. Why? What is the pension fund? What is our money for our retirement? Why they don't invest in this type of investment funds? Why don't they want to invest in our region? Because it is a discussion about our future. No, because mostly of the investors, the pension funds, it is the Western countries. They want to be in the comfort zone, just on the bonds, and that's all. But we are fighting about our future, about your future. You are the future of these countries. And the next slide, please. Everything what you saw, it is only about the three sectors. Can you see how much money we need for the other sectors as well? Health, education, utilities, and many others. And I strongly believe it was the presentation with the first slide, Budapest. Because last week I was in Budapest, 2 weeks ago I was in Bucharest, 3 weeks ago I was in Sofia. So I focusing to show what we have in our hands. It is our goal as a region. But we have to promote and we have to find, we have to find the institutionalization of this initiative, how to gather all this information in one place and to spread and to promote and to build good marketing, good PR and good communication channel. Because we have a lot of challenges and I'm doing the same things and expecting the different result. It is the beginning of diseases, you know that. So, the witnesses of the number of crises: energy crisis, military crisis, food crisis, and other number of crises. But the biggest crisis that we are not on notice and we are the witnesses is leadership crisis. And I don't know how to say this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Excellency President. So you basically showing that you confirmed that the hypothesis put by Professor Grosser and by myself at excellent perspective for our region. That the creation community, political community is a main goal. Geopolitics plays a main role. Just management, as you said. When you were basically a president of the Polish Development Bank, we noticed together with other institutions, we had in Poland large funds. Even during the crisis, COVID crisis, and also the inflation crisis, the war crisis, Polish economy was developing, right? So this confirms that the skills, right management skills, in the different levels, in the different institutions and state institutions is a crucial and the main issue. Nowadays, I need to mention that we have a different government that seems to be no money anymore. Where does money disappear? We created in the past, right? So again, the management, myself, as a professor in Warsaw School of Economics. So I am 24 years at the university and almost 30 years as a practically managing the different institutions. I'm in charge fundamentally businesses. And what basically observed that if you have two companies and you have they both have the same fundamental potential, environment, market. In one you have management board, in the second one a different one. But the one is with lower skills and the other with high skills. So you'll notice that the value created by the low skills management is almost nothing. They are going to bankrupt. Right? So this is applicable basically to the creation of integration, the creation of the political community in our region. Thank you that you highlighted we need to work towards the creating institutions which not permanent institutions, but institutions which help us to jump over these obstacles, jump over that will not be impacted by any so much by the political activities of Russia, Germany, or European Union. Right? So that's the important conclusion, I think, and we have arguments to basically put that in the recommendations. So now, Victoria, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. I also have a question to Your Excellency and my presentation. We prepared the leader and I wrote you some numbers. I wrote you some numbers too that will underline what Her Excellency just presented about Western Eastern
next year is another story. B9 also, it is another format. So it is rather how we can build the common voice of our countries using the oldest format and increase this voice on the European platform. This is my inquiry, because it is not the competition. We cannot think about the competition because we have to be more united as a researcher, and we have to increase our voice on the European scale.
Thank you. Would you like to sit here and I can stand and you can see the presentation? I'm not going to give like a lecture on EU funding. I just want us to be on the same page. And then, so it's going to take 6 minutes from this presentation before the next one. So please, next slide. Yeah, we don't have a presenter, right? Okay, so if you go to the next slide, and you have to. Okay, so this is the organization that I'm representing right now, as well as the University of Public Service, and this is the Hungarian Promotion and Promotion Office. It's a state-owned company that deals with direct managed funds. And that's, thank you very much. That's the first slide that shows you what's the difference between direct managed funds, the new priorities, and the cohesion fund. And why am I talking about this is because I think that even though we don't have a budget for 3C's initiative, we can use the our taxes, how you want to shoot faster, redistributed by the European Commission via the direct managed funds. And you can see, because the panel's title is about entrepreneurship, innovation hubs, and industrial hubs. So that's why I analyzed the biggest innovation R&D budget of the European Union is the Horizon Europe. And you can see some data here from the priorities, the Horizon Europe fund. You can see how much does Hungary, the European Union, Belgium also receive in euros, and how many researchers. The first slide, the first part is how many researchers do we funded. So how many euros one researcher gets in the country. The first is the researcher, the second is the capita on direct managed of Horizon Europe. How much euro do you receive in 1 year per capita? And
So
the last,
the first line is, for instance, Hungary, 2986 is what?
per researcher, euro per researcher in a year from Horizon Europe. The second is from Horizon Europe per capita. And the last one is, the last one reflects on the regional differences. Because there are these public administration regions that receive the NAS 2 regions. We have 250 NAS 2 regions, and you can see that the top of the 250, so the top 20, receives more than the half of the Horizon Europe funds in a year. And the other remaining, how much? From 250, you have to, and we can count it with diminution 20. So 230 regions receive the less of the other part of the
So what are the reasons of that uneven distribution of funds?
I think the reason because so the next slide is the next one. I know that this came after. Yeah, the format. No, sorry. So the third slide, if you can go. Well, to answer.
Next.
Next. Thank you. So you can see, to answer your question, how many how many, so the top 20 regions, how many grants do they sign, and what we saw from the applications the reason why Western European countries receive more funding from this very huge budget that is going to be increasing next multi-annual financial framework, because they try to reduce the cohesion budget and increase the direct managed fund budget. And we see here that we do not really see Eastern European countries or regions in the top 20. But we see Greece. I'm also going to share my slide, some very more numbers. But we see Greece as an innovation hub. Athens, the Attica region, is among the top 20, which is very interesting result, mainly because after 2008, we can see how much Athens developed in the last 10 years, more than 10 years. And if we can jump before, so one side back. Thank you. So now, just you can see the new priorities, how they are distributed, and I outlined Horizon Europe, the biggest innovation budget, and I think that this initiative can really use this Horizon Europe budget to develop innovation, and was not infrastructure because it's meant for research and development, but for cooperation for sure, and also Horizon Europe budget is also it also gives the opportunity to cooperate with Asian, African, and US markets. So that you may understand why I decided to take this slide with me to this panel discussion. So Horizon Europe budget for sure it should be used, and we must cooperate actually. And I think that we can easily have a great contribution on the implementation of these numbers, because since our region doesn't really apply, if we propose some applications, they might have a bigger chance to win. So this is from one hand. On the other hand, the neighborhood development and international cooperation budgetary part is also key. In support of the 3C initiative and the Connecting Europe facility, and also the Digital Europe Fund. The Connecting Europe facility made for the infrastructural part, the Digital Europe Fund is made for the digital development. Our Excellency captured the leadership, now it's implemented to the report of the state of the digital aid and digital aid, and we can use these four biggest budget from the direct managed funds, and we can see the other funds among the 40 that we have in the direct managed part. So yeah, that was a quick contribution from my side. Like a brighter picture, what can we do to diminish these regional gaps? Email address from the company. If you cannot reach the book from this QR code, I can send you the book because it's really fresh, just published.
There's a voice from the request you get, the microphone. Just my conclusion, since you know that our region there's almost no applications, and we can find this tiny top 20. So it's come back to that we need to integrate this activity, so make common applications. There is no way, to compete with the army. So come back to
I have a question former Minister of Finance in Greece, pointed that the European Bureaucratic Act is overrepresented by French people. And this is because this why French want to force some pan-European solutions. And I think that maybe the solution for our region, which have this very weak representatives in European institutions, is stronger cooperation with France. Because now France also turn more to the eastern policy, and for example, increase their influence and presence in Romania, Kazakhstan, or Ukraine. And for example, it is the field of cooperation with this country. Maybe it is a solution, because I think we couldn't, in the recent future, increase our presence in the European institution, because our university, our people couldn't move and couldn't understand really how European politics is done.
in every single sector. And let me give the example of the space industry. And we have ESA, and the number of countries who are member of ESA can contribute some special contribution every 3 years. It is regular and optional. We have also the number of space industry companies who are developing very fast and mainly cooperate with the Western countries, Western companies. But we don't work together as space industry companies in our region. It means that we are only in the process of the cheap labor market and the trade lane. If we don't take this advantage, how to combine our companies and how to fight about the bigger contracts from ESA, will not be able to develop. We will be only as a new colonialist, friend colonialist. We should together find a bigger contract from ESA and Hungary, Bulgaria, Poland, Estonia, Lithuania, and the other countries should join together and fight about the other, about the biggest contracts. You saw the figures on your slide, the previous one. For the space industry, there is a special program, space industry, in the European Union, in the new financial framework from 2021 2027. It is 14.9, if I remember well. How much money is spent every 3 years, only France to ESA? Anybody can guess? 9 billion euros. So only France, for 6 years, spent 18 billion euros. For the entire 27 countries, through the EU funds, we have less than 15 billion euros. So if we want to cooperate with some bigger countries, of course, we'll be as close as possible. But let's create our potential, because we have in this region huge potential. So in this regard, if we are thinking about, okay, let's start to work together with France, probably they are eating us for breakfast. Nothing more. Sorry for that.
Something more. I think we have to go back to the beginning of European Union, and the European Union was built on economy background. But right now, European Union is based on ideology background. It's different point of view. And right now, the European Union, France and Germany are thinking about rescuing their economy, because their economy is based on producing electric vehicles. But in Poland, we are not electric vehicles producers, and we have strong food sector, agriculture, and we have different point of view and different business than Germany and France. And cooperating with Germany and France in this point of view is almost impossible, because we have different solution to rescue our economy. To rescue our economy, we have to gain our production, but not in electric vehicles area, because we don't have technology, we don't have factories, and we have different point of view. And we have to go back to the beginning of European Union based on economy, not ideology.
Last question. Thank you for the word. Question from Madam Marcel. You were mentioning all sorts of investments in infrastructure within Angie's mention, but you didn't come to Serbia. And now I want to ask you, what do you think about the position of Serbia? Because if we take a look at the infrastructure, we can see that out of some countries mentioned, Serbia is much more advanced in infrastructure. For example, 2 months back, we mentioned electric distribution. There was a huge shortage of electricity in the entire Balkans, except for Serbia. We were the only ones, not affected by that, but Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, and Bosnia all did not have electricity for like a day or two.
Thank you very much for this question, and thank you for harassing especially in Serbia, because it is something what we discussed, especially in the Polish president office, how the Western Balkans should be of course, you are not the regular member of the European Union, so probably it is time to start discussion about the so-called participating states as the same status as Ukraine and Moldova. And what we notice, there is a lot of questions, to be honest, that number of countries want to join. We are thinking also about there was a number of questions, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and others. So it gives you the signal that people, very ambitious people in this region, want to work together, and this initiative is good format and good answer for our ambition and morality. So I strongly believe that the Western Balkans future will be part, it doesn't matter which state it will be part of the European initiative.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to finish. So I think that we have basically proved the type of
and all those things. But please, not this. I think there should be bridges. There should be a Christian dialogue, East, West, Central Europe, West. That is what Schuman wanted. He didn't want East or only West. You know, he wanted Europe. And that is a little bit what I felt hearing all of you speaking. I understand everything. The European Union didn't start as an economic project. It is, the soul is a Christian Jewish heritage that we all share. And that is forgotten. I think the biggest problem is individualism, hedonism, relativism. And that is a lot of mind in the West. That is true. And that is, I think, that is the first thing that we have to do from God and the good leadership. That's why I always insist in virtues. Only when you have people's virtues, you have the right leaders. Virtues leadership. Yeah, you know, I feel like I'm representing the West here. It's not my bad. But I do want to say something. I just did want to say, and let's go to the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is the way we are living our lives. We need to be good people.
So concluding this speech,
May I add one
yes, please.
I with pleasure elaborate this cooperation from the west side to the east side. All fine. Yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
So concluding his speech, renew Europe, involved Schuman, starting from Schuman, starting from Trimarium. So we would like to renew Europe, involved Schuman, with a dialogue, and to be partners, because it seems to me that we understand Schuman more than the people behind. Okay? So we would like to be helpful our brothers in Western. I think this is a right and Christian approach, speaking that we like to work together, but not going out of the world of Schuman, but to come back to the home. So thank you very much indeed. And now we can break for 10 minutes, so 10 minutes break. You are invited for a coffee break, yes, whatever.
Nie wiem,
because I have read lately AI Act by European Union and AI Convention by Council of Europe. These two documents are trying to regulate the way the AI is working in Europe. But the main thing which just made me a little bit threatened about that is that both of these documents are guarding leftist axiology. So there's no room for conservative values, for Christian values, and that's my main questions to my co-recruiters, Krzysztof Maltewski and Justyna Orłowska, both experts of innovations. I would like to ask you, what should we expect if AI uphold leftist ideologies? Will it then be possible to talk about development at all?
Okay, so first of all, thanks a lot for having me here. It's a great honor to be here right now. So, okay, so Central and Eastern European countries are now experienced a significant change in terms of the digital change. So currently, with the implementation of technologies in companies, we are experiencing the start of the so-called fourth industrial revolution. So industrial revolution number 4 means that we have the next phase of the digitization process of manufacturing sector driven by disruptive trends, including rise of data and connectivity, analytics, human-machine interaction, and improvement in the field of robotics. So several European countries are already leading in this process, so but others may catch up rapidly by implementing tech-friendly policies and establishing collaborative structures. But well, we should know about it. So our region is highly prone to instability in politics and their effects on government-citizen relations, because we are prone to be victims of Russian invasion. So the EU is right now drafting the regulations for technologies and the process, and the 3Cs initiative is supposed to be actively involved in this process. So I mean, the threats related to the process, mostly called cybersecurity, which is of the highest priority for the nations involved in this area, so who are part of the 3Cs initiative. By the way, so the war of aggression that Russia launched against Ukraine has ignited the intense of the discussion about it, and in the field of the Central and Eastern European region about how to improve cybersecurity. By the way, so latest advances in the field of artificial intelligence can be used in a pretty wrong manner. So I mean, generative artificial intelligence, which is now changing the world, providing many possibilities across various industries. So the type of this algorithms and AI can produce pretty new content, such as text, images, music, sounds. It can also synthesize videos and the speech. So first of all, so we should be aware of machine learning models, which are trained on massive data sets to learn pattern structures and so on. And also it includes relations and it can generate outputs that resemble the original content and beyond. So in this way, so we have to be aware of the potential risk and challenges of generative AI. So of course it has some potential for growth and innovation, which is pretty enormous, but the risk and ethical implications also exist. And by the way, so legislations and law should be adapted to the changes made by the threats caused by artificial intelligence. So as I said, so AI can now produce content that blurs the line between the real and artificial, and of course it's gonna raise the questions about it and the ethical responsibilities of the creators and users involved in this process. So of course it also grows a web of ethical consideration emerges that the technology is now becomes more vulnerable for the threats caused by technology. So by the way, of course, I'm gonna skip some technical details about it because it's not important, but of course we should be aware of the consequences and of the AI caused by for example, secret services, because generative AI can produce real and looking like real examples, and of course some kind of advanced malware and evasion techniques. I mean phishing and social engineering and impersonation, and for example reverse engineering, bypassing CAPTCHA systems and so on are now being created by AI. So by the way, so we gotta address the growing threat of generative AI models caused. And by the way, so the cybersecurity industry must evolve and adapt its strategies. And by the way, so law and legislations should be adapted to the changes which we are observing right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Krzysztof. Justyna, do you think that the current legislations, EU legislations, also in 3C's initiative, is responding well to the threats connected with AI?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Thank you for your thoughts and comments, Krzysztof. They are very insightful, and actually I can agree with all of them. And speaking of the legislature, recently at Princeton I had a class on a comparison between American legislature and EU legislature regarding artificial intelligence. And as you can imagine, like European Union is famous for having stronger, more precise legislature, whereas in the US it's more in general, more like recommendations, and this is also the case in when it comes to recommendations of AI, what should be done by companies. Here also in the US, it's all about some cases, and we have all these testimonies of biggest companies' bosses who are explaining to the Congress, to senators, to the Senate, that what they are doing, what they do with the data that they are gathering through AI or other technologies. And of course, we can think that it should be even more precise, speaking of the legislature of European Union in the aspect of AI, but it is also like very challenging to say precisely what law should be implemented, because of course it is very risky to write down everything in detail. We can think of other legislatures that an example that comes to my mind now is about procurement that we as GovTech Center in my previous role as at the Polish administration, we are lobbying our other ministers and that were responsible for procurement to change the law, because there was written literally in the law that to apply for tender in the particular, as a start, like a small company, you are required to go to the post office. So you can imagine, if you write down something very precisely, it's risky, because then, you know, this law was very old, like from, I think, 2000 something, early 2000 years. And it outdated, of course, because now we have other opportunities to apply for something, and we don't need to go to post office. This is the same with all other legislatures. So to my mind, it is always, you know, like a trade-off. If we should, like, very precisely to write down the law, or to leave a space for interpretations, because as AI is evolving, developing very quickly, we can't be sure, like, strongly what should be written, because technology is faster than legislation.
Thank you, Justyna. Justyna said that AI is very challenging. And my question is, are we as societies and as countries, states, are prepared for such challenge? Do we have enough tools to keep control?
We are not ready, but the universities must help counter the growing threat of AI extremism. So government, university staff, academia, corporate sector, and set criteria for open AI models to minimize the extremist use. So by the way, we have to protect our data and follow the instructions made by the people involved in this business. So in order to protect user data, more sophisticated intrusion detection and prevention system must be applied, and it is required as cyber threats changed. So of course everything is changing right now, but in the early 2000s, I guess machine learning algorithms began to gain traction. So these AI models might examine data sets and identify trends linked to the security risks. So as large data become more accessible and cybersecurity investments kept coming in, so machine learning algorithms become more efficient, but it's supposed to be even more efficient because generative models are more dangerous than regular neural networks algorithms, because it utilizes different technologies. So it utilizes two different competitive neural networks. The first is called generator. The second one is called discriminator. And in fact, they are competing each other to fool the competitor. But in fact, numerous procedures could be automated thanks to this technology. So, but of course, we should be aware of modern and latest advances in the field of neural networks, because they are becoming more smarter, and computer systems are able to adapt to the kind of dynamic cyber threats by using natural language processing, because nowadays artificial intelligence is able to process natural language. So by the way, it's really hard to distinguish real and artificial language from the data sets, of course. But deep learning and deep learning algorithms are a powerful subset of kind of machine learning, which is is kind of revolution in the field of cybersecurity by offering new ways to develop defensive strategies and ways. So, but of course we gotta be aware of the threats caused by Russia, because Russia's cyber warfare includes denial of service attacks, hacker attacks, disinformation, propaganda, state-sponsored teams for example, in political blocs, and SORM-based internet surveillance, cyber dissident persecution, and many others, for example, in the field of active measures. So I'm trying to say that we gotta collaborate as university staff to produce technology which is going to be useful in cases when we want to defeat the threats caused by AI. But of course, it opens some new perspective for academia staff which are supposed to be involved in the process, because this research field of use is supposed to be our priority because of cybersecurity, and which is supposed to be the highest priority in this field. So, of course, we have well-known and well-educated people which are supposed to be involved in this process of developing new technologies, which is against the threats caused by AI.
Thank you, Krzysztof. I know we have Russian threat and cyber war with Russia, but we also have another war in Europe, I mean ideological one. My question to Justyna is, is it possible under the new EU law create a model of digitalization that will protect our roots, our Catholic values, and maybe 3C's initiative could be the one which would provide it?
This is a very challenging question, because, and thank you for this question, because actually, as I mentioned in my previous comment, it's that it is not about what we write in the law, because the law in general is general, this law, and it doesn't say about any values. It's more about what behaviors should be taken and what actions should be taken in case of some violations. And it is also like written down what these valuations can be. But I would like to talk about a little bit biases. It is a big also buzzword right now, and everybody speaks about biases in artificial intelligence, but it's important to understand their consequences. So first of all, when we use either any of large language models, I want to say any particular company's product, but if we use it, we are training the model, training our chat, training our artificial intelligence. And it is depending on us, but unfortunately not only on us, because of course it is all about big numbers. So for example, to train the particular prompt is the question that we ask the chats. To train the answers, these companies, they are recruiting thousands of people around the world just to answer these prompts, these questions. So based on that, we receive later, as a one particular client, answers. And of course, there are many other methods to train the models. I don't want to say about many technicalities, but the point is that there are some parts that are, let's say, better trained and others neglected. And for example, I recently, okay, it was not so recently, but a few months ago, I checked if artificial intelligence of one of the companies is prone to answer some stereotypes, prejudices, and I asked my chat to tell me the Polish joke, which used to be very common in the United States in the past. And unfortunately, it replied Polish joke, which means that this prejudice and bad stereotypes about Polish society still are in the model. So something happened that this model was trained by the data of that possessed such stereotypical jokes. So the most important thing is to be, first of all, be aware of these biases that are embedded in artificial intelligence. How can we counteract? Actually, it is very important to give feedback, but as a person, it's hard. I think but it is also very important to be aware, and if we can, just to give the feedback. So when we talk to the chat, we should answer, okay, it's very offensive to Polish society to repeat such prejudices, right? So if you can stop doing this, and then also we are training. Of course, as a one person is not enough. So giving feedbacks as some associations is important. So biases also, of course, it is important to be aware not only about artificial intelligence, but about all other social media platforms, because everywhere we are be taken to either side, even left side, speaking of the politics, or right-wing side, because it is what we are interested in. We are given such information. I'm speaking about now social media platforms, and it is still relevant, and it is very hard to stop this phenomenon, even though companies are claiming that they are counteracting, that they are trying to stop, pushing us into only one direction of the political scene, but it is happening, and probably it's unstoppable, because already these big models are being trained for many years, and it's all about, actually, at the end of the day, about money as well.
Thank you very much, Justyna. In this context, Krzysztof, I would like you to tell me, is it like that these models, trained in the way Justyna said, are a huge tool for companies to manipulate not only whole societies, but also whole governments?
Yeah, so that is the risk. So because it opens some significant challenges of leveraging deep learning algorithms in the field of cybersecurity defense. So we should be aware of data dependence, adversarial attacks, and lack of interpretability and security of the model itself, actually. So, by the way, so all these issues should be taken into account in the field of researching the algorithms and the threats related to that. So the models for deep learning are kind of data hungry. So for them to perform well, really big volumes of excellent training data are needed. So knowing that, so we should be aware of the threats related to that. So it might be difficult to get accurate and kind of representative cyber attack data in the field of security. So, but insufficient data could cause the algorithms to infer patterns from unrelated information, which could result in errors threat identification. So, by the way, so we should be aware of the threats, and by the way, we should be able to defeat the technology. So, because of course, the bigger data volumes we have, the smarter algorithm is. So, so first of all, so we have to protect our sensitive data from cyber attacks. And because cyber criminals may be able to use the technology to take advantage of weakness in deep learning models. So it means that it can create fake inputs with the intention of influencing the model's judgment. So an attacker might be, for example, subtly alter, for example, malware code to avoid being discovered by an antivirus program that uses deep learning. So our technology is the crucial element of this chain, because we also struggle with lack of interpretability, because the deep learning models might resemble so-called black boxes due to their interaction and challenging to comprehend internal workings. So the lack of this issue makes it difficult to determine and to make the model decision making more efficient. So which in fact raises questions regarding the technology, the algorithms, and the models, and of course related to crucial security applications. So first of all, so we should protect our data. So because the algorithms may be attacked and of themselves, in fact. So because malevolent entities may attempt to act as original ones and to model in order to evade security measures. So furthermore, so the model may become biased or tainted, make the barriers useless if attackers manage to access the training data. So it opens the second issue. The second issue related to the training data protection, because this kind of data is most important for artificial intelligence algorithms, because without deep training data, AI models are simply unuseful. So, by the way, so we should protect training data, sensitive data, and we should be aware of the threats caused by the models, because the models demand a large amount of processing power to train and run. So we have some gap, some amount of time to act, to defeat the threats, because, for example, for smaller business, this issue could be kind of bothersome and may restrict access to this potent resources. So, by the way, so I think governmental funds should be utilized in order to create technology, how to defeat the threats caused by AI, and how to educate the people who are using internet and the algorithms, because of course it has a lot of pros and cons, but we should be aware of the consequences caused by unintended use of the AI models.
Thank you, Krzysztof. Justyna, in this context, I have a question for you, because it's very hard for a citizen to protect his personal data, to protect his sensitive data. And if we look at the EU digitalization policy, it has one goal. introducing Society 5.0. Creators of new technologies dream of connecting people to big data. This is not a Christian vision, but a totalitarian one, communist one. Does 3C's initiative have potential to create a Christian alternative? Do we have enough money, enough ideas?
Again, very challenging questions to me today, and I am very thankful for that. And so this is actually, again, like the question, who is the owner of this AI models? And actually, we can do many things in Europe, but at the end of the day, the biggest companies are here. Okay, we have few examples in Europe, not in 3C, not from 3C Trimarium, but from the, let's say, in old nomenclature, Western countries. I don't like this nomenclature anymore, but yeah, in the Western countries there are representatives, for example, France. So when we are talking about that, we should have our own models, but as Krzysztof said, to be important as a large language model, so like this artificial intelligence, we need a lot of data. To train the models, so to train what this language, LLM, let's use now this acronym, LLM, they produce, they give back, so what information we can receive from it. It depends what we put into the model, yeah? So how much data we will put. So it is quite obvious that as Trimarium, we don't have, our languages are mostly spoken only in our countries. We weren't colonialists, so we were on the good side. but because of that, only our countries speak in these languages, which means that the data available online or the data that we can produce every day to these large language models is way smaller than those that can be produced, for example, in English. We are quite lucky because some of the companies in the board of directors, we have Polish people, co-founders of of course, for example, OpenAI, right? The co-founder is a Polish person, so we are quite privileged as Poland in this regard. But and Polish is representable in large language models. But like as a whole, as a 3C. We can, of course, have our own models, but as I said, it's very challenging. What are other actions that we can take? It is, of course, more like geopolitical and more diplomatic actions that could be taken, and this is in hands of politicians. So I keep fingers crossed for to have smart politicians that can have lobby for unrepresentative languages and information. And I believe I am always optimist because I think it is better to be optimist because at least we can try. And I am optimist that we can, as a representation of our countries, we can try to push some changes, and we shouldn't give up, because if we give up, then nothing happens.
Thank you very much, Justina. I will try to be optimistic too. And I will ask Krzysztof, what model of AI would be the best to develop 3C's initiatives? On what levels?
So, what levels? So, I think universities should collaborate to research the technology. So, regarding the AI system. So, because in my opinion, these researchers must help counter the growing threat of AI extremism. So the governments, academia, and corporate sector must set criteria for open source AI models to minimize the kind of extremist use. So it's hard to say what it's supposed to be done, but of course the technology is growing really fast right now, because of course we have to address the growing threats of deep learning algorithms, driven method-based and cybersecurity industry must evolve and adapt its strategies. So from technical point of view, universities are supposed to be collaborating in order to create new technologies and to be able to fill the gap, to fill the bridge gaps, and in the communication infrastructure, including fiber optics and 5G technologies infrastructures, because we can see provision of potential growth for the data economy. So it means that the connection between south and north of the region is supposed to be further expanded to include a cyber resilient data transmission element, because the way how we transmit data is also important in this issue. So because the 3Cs initiative should be linked via so-called 3Cs, as I remember, digital highway. Of course, this project is happening right now, because in 2015 the Baltic Highway and fiber optic network connecting Tallinn, Frankfurt, via Riga, Vilnius, Warsaw and Berlin was officially launched. So like many other similar investment projects, it aims to connect Western and Eastern Europe. So the 3Cs initiative connecting the Baltic Sea and Adriatic Sea and Black Sea should also consider the same technology, so as its integral part, and to develop of cyber resilient data and digital infrastructure along the north and south axis. So this is going to help complement the map of digital connections that are currently foundation of let's say digitally evolving economies. So, but the concept is similar to supplementing gas and, for example, road infrastructure, which is supposed to be built as a part of 3Cs initiative with a resilient digital component should be further elaborated and extend to all the countries participating in the 3Cs initiative. So the synergy may be additionally important and shorten the time required for the investment process, and the next element, to lower the cost of the enterprise, because the construction of this, let's say, digital highway can help to develop modern 5G wireless networks and whole ecosystem that is founded on it common all 3Cs countries. So we have to build the systems and digital system and technology and cybersecurity systems because it is necessary to ensure data protection and integrity and availability. So, by the way, so the fiber optics are not supposed to be located underground, but or at the surface, but also lie in the oceans and run along the seabed. So the whole technology is important for us, because successful attacks on fiber optic cables can cause the country to be deprived of global internet access. So we have to ensure data resilience and the infrastructure to stay away from damages, and the threats requires encryption and supervision. So as I said, it opens new issues in the field of the research, but of course it can also help people involved in this process to deliver needed technology. So because it's all about the technology, because the approach 5G security is kind of comprehensive manner which is supposed to be taken into account of telecommunication service operators, let's say cloud-based service providers, vertical and virtual private 5G networks, and so on. So only such an approach regarding 5G and cyber security may be assured, but not only at the level of the network, but also in the higher levels related to the provision of specific services. So I think further development of common security models are good practices related to the construction of future telecommunication systems and networks, which may take place not only on the designated internal forums, but also as a part of 3Cs, of digital 3Cs initiative, as technology which is now taken off around the globe.
Thank you very much, Krzysztof. And my last question to Justyna. From your experience, how should we work to achieve all the goals Krzysztof was talking about?
To achieve what?
To achieve all the goals, aims. Yeah, Krzysztof was talking about.
Very challenging question. Okay, this is my day. Okay, for challenging questions. Yeah, so of course, if I knew, if we knew, probably we would be there. But yeah, like I would say that in general, the most important thing is cooperation. And I am very thankful for such initiatives as here that we made with all our countries from 3C initiative, because only together we can change something or anything. I believe it on the level of our work, our daily personal life. We should cooperate, otherwise we won't achieve anything. So if you have time today, after our discussion, to think about the challenges we have just mentioned, don't hesitate also to come back to us and to take part, to involve us in more discussions afterwards. But please do discuss. Please, let's think about common initiatives. Some of them were mentioned already by Krzysztof, but we can think of many others. So please, let's work together. Together we can do anything.
Thank you very much. And now it's time for questions from audience. Are there anyone? We have one question. But please to the microphone.
Thank you. My question is addressed to you, Anna. At the beginning, you've touched a little bit on it. You mentioned that from the documents in the EU and Council of Europe about AI legislation, there seems to be some kind of leftist agenda, or like you mentioned, there's not enough room for conservative values, and we've touched on the edge of it, but I was hoping that maybe you could give a more specific example of something that has been described or written down that says, okay, actually we should be worried about this. The reason I ask is, lately, at least what you find on social media, I've not gone to a particular LLM or chat to discuss, but AI, especially in the area of art, is being used in very what you could say very dangerous ways being produced to create images that could be, at least I'm speaking as a theologian, that could be very definitely dangerous to a Christian mindset, I would say. I can't generalize to every faith or every conservative, but definitely people, I have seen evidence of how AI can be abused, basically. So I was hoping to maybe get a clear example of what has actually been written down there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. Answering in a convention which was signed by Verova, it was the 5th of September this year. It's a convention which was written and signed on the informal meeting of European Council. It was written that AI should be the guard of, for example, gender ideology. So this kind of thing, and if you see, for example, on human rights, because this convention is connected also with human rights, you will see that it's not obvious for now, for everyone, what the human right is. I mean, if you see the legislations of European Parliament, you will see that abortion, for example, by European Parliament is human right. And that's the main problem. And that's the main problem with this convention. And that's the main problem with AI Act, because AI Act is very similar to this one. These documents are complementary. So I think as conservatives and as humans we have a problem because when it comes to the procedures, for example, if a woman will be pregnant, yes, and the medicine doctor will say that, well, you have problem with your child, the procedure by AI will not be to save the child, but to do abortion. And that's the problem. The leftist agenda in AI will have a very special and very bad impact on societies, on the real human rights, well, I could tell a lot about that, but I don't think we have time. We have another question, so please.
Thank you for the interesting panel. I have a question regarding the common policy of free seas initiative according to capital provider and technology provider. Should free sea initiative have the common stance on who will provide for us AI technology, because we are not able to create our own AI and 5G technologies. If we will create our common stance, for example, that we should exclude China for providing this or include China, we could have more negotiative power. But in another case, it will be difficult to negotiate this stance. For example, Hungary sees China as a chance, but for example, Ethiopia is a threat. What do you think about it? Should we discuss about this question, about the common stance of capital provider and technology provider?
My comment is that it's all about geopolitics and the decisions that are made on the political level, how we counteract these threats, from where they come from, and also what are our allies, what are our enemies. And this is I don't want to mention any country, but of course some of them are obvious. And this is And answering to your question, I would say that it is strongly related to geopolitics, and I don't have any strong opinion on that, but what exactly should be done. But hopefully our politicians will know what to do.
Thank you very much, Justyna. Thank you very much, Krzysztof, also. It was great to see you here.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much for organizing the organization, and we are very happy to be here and have fun, of course, and beautiful discussions. And as I said, don't hesitate to contact with me at least. But I'm speaking on behalf of Krzysztof probably as well. So you can find me on LinkedIn, and I am happy to discuss more about these topics or other digital challenges that we face around the world.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with an announcement, we will invite you to the lunch now, and at 2:15 we will meeting in courtyard of Akademia Zamojska, and we'll go to the seaside Zamość. Good evening to you. raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa. Raz, dwa. Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy.
Nie, wiesz co, to jednak dolne. Czekaj.
Raz, raz. to są te same paski. To jest mikrofon. Mikrofon jest podpięty do tych dwóch urządzeń, moim zdaniem. Czy one są tu zupełnie niepotrzebne?
Nie. Czekaj moment. A przecież dopiero
Teraz, moim zdaniem, łapie tenże.
tak,
tenże.
tylko to ciekawie wyłączę. Ja wyłączę mam nadzieję, że idzie tak samo.
Czekaj, teraz ja tu wyłączę tego systemowego i on co nadal łapie? A ten? Raz, dwa, trzy. Nie, bo ten powinien być wyłączony. Dźwięk powinien iść z tego, przez Teamsa.
Tylko, że ty też masz wyłączony. Nie? Chyba, że to są wyłączone Teamsowe, a nie komputerowe.
Czy możemy przepiąć tego, pod twojego kompa te wszystkie reklamówki?
Tak.
To byśmy tutaj mieli lepszy. Nie, no to są obsługi chyba, nie zauważyłem.
Tak, ale pytałam się Pani i to jest nie
To jest nasze, tak.
Tak. Czy są kolejne jakieś powody, żeby zostawić?
Tak, wszystko Pan sobie wszystko, wiesz, niestety.
To znaczy, to nie chcą tego zabrać, czy?
Znaczy, mogę poprosić, ale po prostu chodzi o szklanki, czy to jest nasze, czy...
Szklanki są nasze, tak, woda jest nasza. A to tylko mówię po to, żeby gdzieś zabrali.
No wyrzuć do kosza, ale zostało jeszcze jedno, to są dwie, a szklaneczki wrócimy będzie w tym zakresie.
Chciałam przekazać
Super, dobrze kombinujesz. Dobrze kombinujesz. Dobra, niech tam sobie lecą reklamówki. A ja dokumenty. Zobacz, Krzyśka obudziłeś. Krzyśka obudziłeś. No Rysia mówię, że dałeś. Mówię, że dał dźwięk i ciebie obudził.
Ale ten czy zadziałał?
Ten nie zagrała, bo idzie dźwięk tu.
No dobra, no ja cały czas tutaj nasłuchuję sobie na YouTubie.
I nie, ten nic nie słychać.
No słychać cały czas, może słyszę bardzo cicho, tak jak...
Znaczy?
Oj, nie wiem.
Mamy tablicę w tej salce, ale nie ma żadnych informacji pisanych.
Proszę się rozejrzeć, ale ja też nie widzieliśmy prawdy na nas.
Tak nie wiem.
Raz, dwa, trzy. Czekaj. A, no właśnie. Zablokowałeś wejście. Proponuj. Raz, dwa. Raz. 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 Widzisz, teraz inaczej chodzę. Raz, dwa. Raz, dwa. Tak, ja tutaj też słyszę. Tak, to ja wyłączę. Dwa. Coś jest przerwa. A to ja jestem też. To nie musisz być, bo ciebie sprzęga, ale nie słychać na głos sprzęga. Że dostajesz w tym momencie. Raz, dwa, raz, dwa. Raz, dwa. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery. Aha, aha, tutaj jest. Czekaj. Czyli po studiu idzie do... Ty byłeś w studiu YouTube'a, tak? A, no to powinno wychodzić. Tylko, że się sprzedało. Spróbuj jeszcze raz, mimo że się... Tu. Tak. A mogę się odsunąć. No nie macie studia YouTube'a. O. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ale co ty teraz słuchasz? Co? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Trzy, cztery, pięć. Dwa, cztery, sześć, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery. Dwa, trzy, 5, 8, 10, 15. 5, 8, 10, 15. 5, 8, 10, 15. Mhm. Osiem, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kształcone. Czyli gdzieś zakładamy, że już tu jest niekształcona. Gdzieś trzeba by po... Osiem, 15, 19, 56, 84. Tak samo, nawet bardziej zniekształcone. Mhm. A tu w studiu też masz też, nie? Głośność? Czekaj, raz, dwa, 8, 8, 8, 8, 7, 7, 7, 7, 6, 6, 6. Znany jest taki słaby głos, jest słaby. No to od razu nie słyszysz nie słyszysz, tak?
Bo to jest Teams. Mhm. No, okej, czyli Teams jest dobry. Czy no tak, tak, teraz łapię. A, patrzę. Dobra, teraz ten. Czy blisko musi być? Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz. Nie. Czyli do mojego miksera, do tego miksera, na MS Teamsa i słyszysz w MS Teamsie dobrze. Czyli tamten, tak, z kolumny wychodzi. No, jest. Serek. Czekaj, ja zmniejsz tam jeszcze w połowie zielenia te suwaki obydwa. O, właśnie, no, na przykład. Raz, 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 50, 80, 100, 110, 120, 130, 150. To nie to. Jest ciszej, ale zniekształcone są takie same. Czyli to nie to. No, tylko że najczęściej też głos był zniekształcony, więc... Raz, dwa. Tak, tak. Raz, dwa, trzy, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No to
włączam to jest, moim zdaniem, to jest mikrofon.
No tak, tylko że teraz musisz włączyć też mikrofon tutaj.
Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy.
Ale policz do 10.
Złapał mnie teraz mikrofon komputerowy.
Znaczy, znaczy, raz, dwa, trzy. No to co? 3, 4, przesuwam. Raz, 2, 3, 4, przesuwam. Raz, 2, 3, 4, przesuwam. Czekaj, jeszcze dalej chwilkę. Raz, 2, 3, 4, przesuwam. Raz, 2, 3, 4, przesuwam. Trzy, 4, przesuwam. Raz, 2, 3, 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 4, przesuwam. trzy, cztery, 40. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 30. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 25. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 20. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 15. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 10. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 30. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 25. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 20. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 15. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 10. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 30. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 25.
Jakoś pętle poszło.
Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 20. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 15. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 10. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 30. Pytałem. Raz, raz, dwa, trzy. Czyli chodzi, tak? Tam chodzi. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery. Od tego momentu zmniejszam siłę głosu. Trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem. Raz, raz, dwa, raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem, dziewięć. Dziewięć, osiem, siedem, sześć, pięć. Raz, dwa. dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Jest i słychać, wiesz, na YouTube słychać, jak ja mówię do mikrofonu.
Raz, raz, raz. Jestem wspaniale słyszalny. Ania Wieniak to be moderator of this panel and invite our speakers, Professor Zbigniew Krysiak, Professor Tomasz Grosse, and Dr. Andrius Spartlis. Ania, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to welcome our guests, Professor Zbigniew Krysiak and Professor Andrius Spartlis and Professor Tomasz Grzegorz Grosse. The first question, Professor Zbigniew Krysiak, I would like to ask you about the superstate, because we are observing the completion of the German project of building a superstate. How much and in what areas will it threaten to the development of the crisis initiative?
think it's worth to explain what is the superstate. So, what are the directions the people who like, to create a superstate? So, first of all, as you notice on the scroll-ups, there is some sentence expressed by Robert Schuman saying that we don't like the superstate to be created. We like, Schuman said, to keep that, a tradition of the states, of the nations, their diversity, their culture, their own institutions. So just to keep their own homes, how they created. So the superstate is going to destroy the homes. If you have a home, right, and somebody is approaching you and trying to destroy your home, what you do, you just defend it, right? Because the shape and the basically outfit of your home is coming from your mentality, from your culture, from your style, from your personality. Okay, so you just express the arrangement of your home by that what you feel, what you are as a spiritual, and as well what is your personality, in fact. So this is quite clear. Everybody be asked, do you like to destroy your home and just create one big building where everybody, all people are just under the same roof? So the uniform, the superstate is uniform. So if we ask the ladies being in that room, if, for instance, trying to dress all ladies in the same outfit, the same dresses, you will react very negatively, right? You say, no, I just would like to arrange my dress in the way I like. So the superstate is going to remove institutions. We have our parliaments, our basically institutions related to related areas of our polity, organized institutions related to the activity of the government. So the superstate is going to move the centralized government to the, let's say simply, to the Brussels. This is a superstate. And the superstate is just arising from the ideology of Artiello Spinelli, who had presented manifestos from Ventotene before the Second World War. And nowadays, if you look in the proposal of a new treaty, European Union treaty, there is a copy of the manifestos from Ventotene. So I have explained what is the superstate, and I am not going to ask all of you or everybody, do you like superstate, or you just own home you live currently? So if you ask about the danger for a community of Trimarium nations, is going to basically remove culture, tradition of all our nations. So then we would not recognize anymore this region, this Trimarium. We can basically realize that this entire region of Europe will be just a region where kind of economy is going around, just people are educated, people are, working, but no differences between particularly each nation. So is a kind of a communism where we what is most dangerous just after removing this whole specifics of our nations, that we as well not be asked for the decisions. Okay, so for instance, Professor Margit Krittenburg, right, will be ordered to come with in a suit on a Friday, ordered by a school or by the Brussels. Okay, so no decisions to be made, no regional or local governments. So not only removing the central governments, but the regional. So you could imagine you are just like in a prison. Okay, so I think after saying this, we don't need to. You are very intelligent people, so we don't need, to explain more what would be the consequences. So basically, all of us who experience, who understand and know the history of this region, where we've been under the regime of Soviet Union, right? We understand what is how this is a danger for us, and how it is not expected to happen. And I think a very important difference between a regime under the Soviet Union communism and the superstate is that in the Soviet Union regime, this was an ideology, combined with a force. You were in prison, you suffered. We knew who is on each side. Okay, we were very aware about who is on which side. So we have a professor from Georgia. Thank you for your arriving. And in Georgia, currently, the government is Georgia, right? Government is basically influenced very much indeed by the KGB, by the Russian government, in fact. So they are now fighting, still something arrived, these issues which were many decades before. So, but in the superstate, there is ideology combined with a capital. So, and we are not able to recognize who is on which side. This is difficult to diagnose, right? So, ideology combined with capital is more dangerous, because you may be emptied by capital. So if you will not behave like the central government in a superstate, in a Brussels is ordering or just asking you to do, you may lose the capital. Okay, so that is a kind of a very very much active oligarchic, activity. Like a friend from Georgia, we talk in the break. He said that the oligarchy is basically influenced by Russians, by the KGB. And the oligarchy is just basically due to the attractiveness, the interest in the business, in the capital. They do not take care about the value, about the wealth of nations, people, and they cooperate as a rich people with a government. So this super state will be, the government will be very much indeed combined with activity of a government rich people. Like, you know, 2-3 years ago, we organized the conference with some society of the businesses in Berlin. And what they said, this small and medium enterprises, they said that they are very much depressed by the German government, because the German government is basically promoting a big corporations and enterprises, not only the German, but the international. And the small and medium enterprises are very much neglected. So this is this kind of observations and outcomes of that signs of a superstate we are able to notice as already today.
Thank you very much, Professor. And the next question is to Professor Spar, please. We can all agree, I guess, that 3Cs initiative is the cooperation and the community. And in this context, is there any possibility for 3Cs initiative to become a model for European Union, a model of development?
You reminding me here. But actually the question is very difficult and I'm not ready to answer to such a question. I would like to speak more about the original topic of our section about the sovereignty of nation states. But actually all the political alliances or the projects for the future cooperation as 3Cs initiative seeks to establish, they actually faces the same burden or challenge as the professor has just spoken. That is all the, and this is exactly the problem of the European Union. European Union institutions went too far, in my opinion, and not just in my, but in many political scientists as well, went too far from local level. I mean, all these problems associated with democratic deficit with the European Union. Probably the auditorium is familiar with democratic deficit topic. Have you heard about this topic, people? Democratic deficit of the EU. It's very long-standing problem. It came to their political agenda as the hottest issue in the 90s, associated with the Treaty of the Maastricht, the establishment of the EU in the 1992-93. But actually, European integration since the beginning was the elite-driven project. Alex Varley, French origin scientist, even calls it that it was never democratic. European integration was never democratic. It's not my test, the French political science test. And it's difficult to disagree. We must agree with it. And actually, the principle of subsidiarity was introduced into European Union law as the reminder for EU institutions to respect local level. Local level. You cannot escape the principle of political representation. Professor from America and Slovakia correctly mentioned Alexis de Tocqueville, who wrote the book about democracy in the United States. What was the conclusion by them? Where American democracy had the roots in his eyes? And the answer is the same: local communities. Local communities, he said.